Discord. That's not Discord. That's not Discord. That's not Discord. Where did Booty? There you are. Wait, he's open. Oh, you were right. Okay. Okay. Go grab my notification. Oops, I gotta update that. Okay. Okay. That should be good enough. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Here. Okay. Stream manager. Getting everything set up. Hooray. I've got a giant thing of coffee. I've got a giant thing of coffee. I've got a giant thing of coffee. Coffee, 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 coffee. Row, row. Okay. Alright, let's just run that ad and then I will actually do the thing. Yeah. Eating my sandwich. Yummy, yummy sandwich. Don't inhale coffee. Alright, get the game up and going. The game up and going. Get myself loading. Login. Small queue. As opposed to large queue, which is coming. Inevitably. Here, form a pad for my skull, hooray! Alt tab, ooh. Transition. Hello and welcome to another installation of Pooka Plays. Final Fantasy XIV, MSQ Mondays. Yeah, that's really what I got. We gonna play. We're gonna do the thing. I think I'll do this next quest as White Mage.
Jacobi, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude.
Yay! Experience points. You can keep your gift. I need the XP. Little does Nidhana know that she's about to send you on another errand. Is it voiced?
If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman.
Ah, you are both back. Excellent.
Ah, you are both back. Excellent.
My giant coffee.
I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. It would seem the stores of Giant Scala are running low.
Time to shank things?
What? But when I last looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Oriente told everyone about that tempering cure, and Justinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain. But we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large.
Uba.
Jacobi, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the giant skull?
Yeah.
In case you're not familiar, giant skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more?
Of course, lady. I'm here to help.
Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zainuna. He will furnish you with the ore.
At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. Alright. Guide, local guide. May we borrow a pair of hamsa, Mistress Nidhana? Hamsa?
By all means, do try to be patient with them, those that survived are still in training.
I will bring the hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Hamsa. New critters? New critters. Okay, I go. Though, it is risky. We can go and break it up, though I'm probably melting. You know what? Let's take a second. We need a new outfit for the hot weather. Where is it? There you are. Whoop! I've got a dingly notification. Hydrate or dehydrate. Thanks, Grumpy. Hi. I am doing okay. I overdid it a little bit this weekend and swam with my bean, and my body's very angry at my life choices. I'm sure you've been there, keeping up with chillins and all. Yeah, so my game is gonna go into sleepy mode soon because of the upcoming expansion. Big deal, doohicker. And oh my goodness, look at these fluffy burbs, Crane. Look, they even got your little red crest. Look at this. Hilarity.
Here are Hamsa, Jacobi. If the creatures look familiar, it is because they are close kin to your Eorzean dodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Thavnair, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. Okay. Yeah, it was wicked fun. I just am gimpy. Yeah, they are tasty, I'm sure. Tasty barb. Barb are delicious, I say with my egg sandwiches. You all ready? Then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Mount the Hamsa and travel to the outpost. Oh yeah, I literally don't have to do anything, apparently. Let us be off. If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned that they have a wobbling gait. Look at the bird booties! Look at this nonsense. Little bird booties going to wiggle wobble, wiggle wobble, wobble wobble, wibble wobble, wibble wobble, wibble wobble, wibble wobble. I should eat more of my breakfast, but I don't need to talk. But like, look at these. So delighted. The spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Khadga. A word which means sword. This sword, legend holds, was wielded by the Manusya against the Murga before it was cast down at conflict's end. Is it secretly a rock mecha? Secretly a rock mecha is a plot point I enjoy in games. To the left and requiring no introduction is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small aisle. Archon! I love them. I kind of want one. Can we get them? Because they're so floopity-boopity. Almost there. But the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. I do have a bunch of weird mounts. Because I've been playing for so long. Including some retired guys. Oh. How's your day going? I still haven't eaten breakfast, which is why I have it here. It's egg sandwich. With mushrooms and spinach and cheese. What is my hair doing? I don't know what my hair is doing. It's exploding. Who is this adamant lookalike? An NPC. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Yeah. Do I think I have the Jibanyan net mount? If I don't, I'm going to be grinding for that off screen. Well, well, who should it be but young Vashon, on an errand for the satrap? Nah, no worries, Grumps. Thank you for tuning in. I didn't expect it at all. I figured you'd be catching up with Grumplet and Wifey. It's a real treat. Say hi to them and, man, have the best, like, unplugged chill day. You have more than earned it, I am sure. See you, many hearts. Many, many, many. And Archon, thank you for tuning in too. Okay, I missed a little bit. And, okay. I am. His Excellency bade me to come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. You too, Grumps, for your unflagging dedication. You do so much. I know, I got today and tomorrow I've promised my child an IKEA run with a friend, so I have today, tonight, tomorrow night. I think. I might not actually be able to do tomorrow night. We might have plans. So I might just have today, so we'll see how far I get. We simply do our duty, but we are honoured to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle. No place for children. Your predecessor, too, often travelled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but still, I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nobdeen. Thank you. There's got to be something hinky going on, but I don't know what yet. Who might this be? Not Harnish by the look of him. Permit me to introduce Jake by Gorelai, of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what's the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two, bring Varsha on the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Sandwich. Oh.
No. Farshan busy, no interrupting. Who'd Oh, I've heard about you. The visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Tlophorai? They are big butt faces. We know that they're the ones behind the tower, and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it they want? This we don't understand. They want to die. What? They want to die? And take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. Meow. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did in the Isle of Narunair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting aether. You're a forerunner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? I break it a lot with my face. Our struggles are not unique. Then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. I mean, your tent is a festival's dream. It occurs to me I've yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Did they likewise spawn monsters? Yes, primals. Lunar primals? I shank them. So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Oh. World's on fire! Just a bit, yeah. Hello, Varsh. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Razat Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand. As mine will keep me here a while longer, however, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamsa, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Alright, Smalls, who is taller than me. Herb! Do I talk to you? The last monster that came out of the tower laid waste to the hatchery, slaughtering many good Hamsa. Poor creatures didn't deserve it. They're very adamant looking. Though the Hamsa appears to want to return home, it reluctantly offers you its back. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with the Radiant Beastkeeper at the Hamsa hatchery to mount it again. Mount the Hamsa! Okay, little Hamsa, we're going on an adventure. I should probably open my map, huh? Wee-hoo! We're going places. Let's just quick explore this place, unless we fall off a cliff, in which case I'm sorry, Hamsa. The perfumed rise. Why am I even checking for either currents? I'm not gonna pick them up right now. I just want to unlock this map. I don't like areas of the map not being filled in. Is that my quest guide over there? Oh, Hamsa Hatchery. Oh yeah, that's where I've got to go. I've gone the wrong way. As expected, good at directions. Well, already gone over here, might as well make it pop up. There we go. Oops. Go back. Woohoo. This is pretty empty. Alright. planties. Danger planties. Run in between the danger planties. Haha. Yes. Danger planties no bite me. Is this the road forward? Is this the way? Is this the way I'm supposed to go? Is this the path I'm supposed to know? Uh-oh. This way. Which reminds me of the other mining town, which I guess makes sense. No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the hamster dashes off. No. No triple triad right now, me. Focus. Aye, this is indeed the giant skull grounds, and I'm Zanuha. Is there something you require? Giant skull for the alchemist, you say, but of course they shall have it. They labour tirelessly to deal with the tower. 'Tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Coffee the size of my head. Complete. I mean, I guess technically it's, coffee plus a ton of ice plus some soy milk and sugar and stuff. And what is my hair doing? Whatever. I tried to shove it on top of my head so it would help make the headphones less uncomfy. Zanuha has a sack of giant skull for you. Yeah, sack of the purest giant skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. Thank you. Thank you. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. We are definitely teleporting with that giant stack of nonsense. Woohoo. Tell them we're porting. Somewhere, I have an entire giant stack of hair clips. I forgot to bring it in here. No, not in face. There we go. No, lodestone. Don't need you. Behind me, butt. Yeah. Wahoo! Should we be taking side quests?
Oh, welcome back, Chicabai. Dare I hope you have the giant skull?
Yes. A hempen sack filled to the brim with chunks of the purest giant skull.
Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype. One that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can.
Image. Person. More people. Science is happening. Sorry, alchemy.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Rest is important.
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner. Children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat.
Yeah.
Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think.
We like living.
Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, when no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil.
You need to fill your
Though
cup
your
when it gets
anger
that
has a
empty.
broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
Yeah.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
That's
The
well.
power of friendship compels you, Thancred.
Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Excuse me, I need to go compel someone with the power of friendship.
What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
At long last. Look,
Hello, Sam.
we have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments.
Yay.
We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Nice.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou
Yeah.
hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Okay. Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example.
She's a good boss.
But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
Lady, I like you.
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Yep. Alright, fair enough.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Alright. Speak with Daytona. Where is she? Okay, all the way over there. What's up with you? No, don't get distracted. First mount available. Core. Can I get there this way? Looks like the beach continues. Who are you? Easily distracted. Oh, well, this will hopefully be near something else. Shalamuk is concerned about a colleague.
To have a moment, adventurer. One of my colleagues has gone missing. She said she was going to Kajaya's footsteps to get a bit of exercise, but she hasn't come back. I'd go search for her, but it's almost time for a shift change, and I can't very well leave the kiln to operate itself. Could you find her and fetch her for me?
Yes, sir.
You're too kind. She should be in Kajaya's footsteps. Keep an eye out for a Hya with black hair. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. She was out the last time you were by, and she was devastated she missed out on the chance to meet the adventurer aiding the students of Baldician.
Everybody's nerds! Much improved. Haha! Speaking of Chaba Bard mounts. Go! Go, Chaba Chocobo! We're gonna run along the beach. If you like pina coladas and walks on the beach. I do do booty do do. Do 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 do. I know my lungs. Walrus lizards? Kitty walrus lizards? They got ears. I think she's just on this beach. On the beach. I don't know enough beach songs. Spishy splashy, spishy splashy, spishy splashy, spishy splashy, spishy. I know river songs and forest songs. And general dorkiness songs. But I don't really know any songs about running along a beach. One sec, I've got some chitty chats. Who's a chitty chat to me? Oop. Okay. Okay, be off. Linana.
This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be.
Ma'am, you are not going down.
Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let us be off.
Oh no, my lungs. I had the effrontery to eat food. Love it. Good job, buddy.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence.
Yes, ma'am. I'm prepared.
Any moment now.
Protect. He's a good bubble.
It's working!
Please don't pop, bubble.
And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Sure, ma'am. The big thing is no touchy the insides, because then you get whomped. And we don't need to paralyze anybody else's leggies. I mean, I guess you can still do your normal job with busted leggies, but like, let's still not do it.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
Yes.
A few more steps.
Bubble no pop. Bubble no pop. No
Praise
whammy,
be
no
to the
whammy.
sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be.
No whammy, no whammy.
Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
Okay, ma'am.
What?
Uh-oh. That's a problem. Excuse me? Excuse me? We are very slow responding here. Let me in there. No takey, my new friend. She my new friend.
Whoa, it's creepy and...
Man, yeah, these are just creepy. What if the illogical layout of the Rabanastron sewers, but creepily biological? Oh yeah, also we've been shoving people in boxes that flesh bond to them. No touchy her. No, you bum.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
No.
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
I didn't think you could be more of a turd.
Stop!
Because
Oh, you
also
can't do
he is
this.
terrible.
Please.
But then somehow they made him even more of a turd. Do not go into the fleshy goo, please. Thanks. No. Don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, bullocks. No.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I noticed.
The similarities are striking.
What? You turd.
My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased.
Incorrect.
My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old. Also, this voice actor deserves much credit for being able to play such a turd. No, don't throw it, you doo-doo butt.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely
want your
you've yet to
story.
hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am.
Can I tell if that makes you more or less of a turd?
How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded.
Right, who were you?
I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
Yeah.
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
So you've just always been a turd? Oh, great. The echo.
At your service.
He did say right?
Imagine
Alack.
a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace.
Me.
Existence fulfilled and
Sounds okay.
ripe for decay.
Bit creepy sounding, the way you put it.
You are a genius without peer,
Oh,
Amon.
Amon.
However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing.
Okay, so you've just always been a turd.
Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation, slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor.
Who were it? Not Emmett Selch, because...
And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
I mean, you got resurrected at least once. Why are you being so nihilist?
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war. And so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting.
Oh, so he was Fandaniel
Take your
reborn.
place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation.
I meant to let you were also being a sketcher.
Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
Oh, timey-wimey nonsense. Crystal Tower, once again. Oh dear. Okay. Wait, guys. A boom, a crash, a
The
thud,
fall
a
of the
bash.
Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw.
Wouldn't have been so tragic if it hadn't been
Schemes
such
alike,
trash
build
fires.
as you will, nothing endures.
Incorrect.
What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
Journey before destination, my dude. Yeah. Hat boy. Hat boy is pissy. Somehow. Unsurprising. Hat boy is mad scientist. More surprising. Oh, man. Befuddle me with your past, will you? Rude.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell.
Trash fire.
As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades.
Okay, but how thoroughly? Are we talking like more than
We shall
razzing?
meet again. Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
The Yandere is not my favorite. I did not need more yanderes in my life. Nobody needs more yanderes in their life, let's be real. Growth. How does it feel to fail your friends and get them locked into a creepy tower as some kind of creepy matrix power system? Awesome, right? No. Bullocks. Bullocks.
Oh, you returned, but where is Mistress Nidana?
Trouble has occurred. Problems are happening. I don't like it. You should not either. Everything's a problem. Things are on fire. I don't like it.
Manus you preserve. Just when we'd succeeded in making the talisman.
Yup.
I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please, return to the great work.
I protected your friend, but not sufficiently. Her fate. The doom of it weighs heavy on me. Oh, boo. Pancrad! Asians are creepy and I don't like them. And neither do you, because you were a meat puppet once.
Something's gone awry. Hasn't it? What happened?
Bull crap happened. Utter horsepucky.
So it was Daniel after all. Damn that bastard.
Yes.
I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first.
Hope so. Let's not plug anyone else into there, please.
We must tread warily, lest we endanger Nidana and the other captives.
Yeah. Fine. Give me the XP. Grumpy noises. Grrr. Alright, Thancred, what we doing?
Thancred is wearing a grim expression. With good reason.
This just went into trash fire mode. I don't know about you, but I don't dig trash fire mode.
First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidana's colleagues included.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We'll call them together for a meet gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, Nidana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidana's trapped in her tower, she's still alive, yes?
Where there's life, there's hope. I don't know how much hope. Because we're up against an elegant mad scientist then. But, we can try.
Then we must make warding scales. As many as we can.
The prototype works perfectly. This Nidana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales, that she and all those who were taken might be saved.
Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight.
Carry the light. I say, as I blow it out. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. Yes, little one. Sudden overheating. Good job, buddy. And for our Iosian visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Razat Han for an audience with His Excellency? Sure.
We should be honoured, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all.
Unless we uncover, terrible things and then blow them up. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. Okay, well, let's go meet Big Pooba, person in charge, Bossaronis. Bossaronis, friend with Dragonis. Mounting roulette. Meet the bopper. Where am I going? Over there. Going over there. Oh, that's a big wall. There's where I'm headed. Right through this fight. Oh no. As I can avoid it a little. Oh, there's like no way to get up to the fade anyway, the way I've gone. That's alright. Don't need to distract myself. I'm already very good at being distracted. Big lizardy lickers. I do not wish to be lickified. Thank you. No, thank you. No lickies for me. No, it's a licky. Fine. Fight you. Make with the dead. Sheesh. I like run and smack it. Not that much. Not as effective. Okay, good, he did. Sheesh. Rude. Make with the running. Hello, plot. I've come to meet you. Kajaya's footsteps. Oh, this is the wrong quest I've run to. That's fine. Hello, lady. Hello? What do you mean I need to get back to work? Oh, have I really been out that long? I should really go. But I was hoping to get a look at the stage before I left. I'm sure you're busy, but should you assist me for a moment? Sure. Thank you. I'll inspect the walls, so could you make sure the stage is in order? Stage? Sheesh. What happens when you run the wrong places? You run the wrong places. There's sparkle spots. This is why I don't get anywhere fast. Hanging okay? Any frayed ends? You doing alright? The cloth wavers exquisitely in the wind. No problems here. Pillar intact? No problems with the mortar? Nothing gonna fall on and squeeze anybody? Some of the paint is worn off. It could use a fresh coat. Alright, there's gonna be one more problem potential problem to examine. Uh-oh, don't fall off the cliff. Where's the actual quest I'm making for? Oh, it's over there. Sheesh. There's a small hole in the floor. That can't be good. Please don't be like my local pride, which performed on a stage precariously balanced on rotting wood. We didn't realize. Till after, the performers were great. Black-haired here. Any problems? The floor and the paint. I'll have to fix them the next time I come by. Thank you for checking. You know, it seems odd that I've never met you until now. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer sent by the students at Baldessian, would you? Yes. You are? And here I was delegating you menial tasks. If I had known, I've always admired travelers like you. You see, I was studying to be a dancer under Mistress Nashmira at one time. I wanted to see the realm as I traveled for performances. And maybe I still can. Not as a dancer, of course, but as an alchemist. Oh, but we should hurry back to the great work. I don't want to cause any more trouble than I already have. Yeah. Alright, well, now that marker's off my map, and I know I went the wrong way. No. Alright, how to get down without going splat. Not that way. Back out the way we came. No splatties. No splatties for measles. No fights, no splats. I went the incorrect way, now I shall go the correct way. Long, slow, correct way. Oh, it looks like that's going to be near where the quest marker, actually. Yeah, good. It's nice when they put the Aether Currents near where you have to go anyway. Just straight up to the east? Yeah, that's not happening. Oh, don't fall off the cliff. Hello, cliff. I would like to not become acquainted with you by falling. Sheesh. I do like this, like, pinky rock, though. Very fun aesthetic. Except for the, like, splatting. I also like not splatting. Like, a lot. I like existing not as a flattened pancake. Just going along. Singing no song. Listening around to all the things. Southeast. Yeah, must be down there. Yep. Down there somewhere. Alright, that's not happening. Hello, hello. Hello, me friends.
When last I visited, the city was brimming with life. I expect the tower has dampened the mood somewhat. Of the satrap, I only know the common tidbits. That although the position is hereditary, he is not considered a sovereign, and that despite possessing considerable authority, he wields it sparingly.
Ooh, there's an ad. Oops, I didn't notice it happening. That's okay. We're gonna do burp. Okay. Okay. And transition. Here I am.
Of the satrap, I know only the common tidbits, that though the position is hereditary, he is not considered a sovereign, and that despite possessing considerable authority, he wields it sparingly. Okay. Given the esteem in which the locals hold him, however, it's safe to assume he's good at his job. We could do far worse for an ally. It's more like a regent. Be it here or in Eorzea, all share in the desire to deliver the captives. Thus united, I pray that we may join in common cause with the satrap. All present, then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, this city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you've been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. Okay, I can do that. I reckon. Ka-ching.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads-at-Han.
Okay. Narrate.
Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things.
Okay.
Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun.
Okay. Oh, narrating.
The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Okay.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Sad days. Sad days. Hello. William Helpers. We come to help. I need the tiniest wee bit of stuffing.
Here we are. Megaduta. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
First, save everybody, then party time.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid.
Allow
You're
me
so
to
pink.
introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzat-Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Where did his predecessor go, though? Because the way people were talking about it was freaking me out. Not everything went to plan. I'm sure he knows about Nidana being taken. No, I don't care about Nidana.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
Beans cheers.
I think not.
What's wrong,
This
Stinian?
charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Dragon's actually in charge, right?
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
No, it's a dragon thing.
He hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
I am the great Oz.
As you wish.
Only instead of a little man behind the curtain and a big monster out front, it's a little man in front of the curtain and a big monster behind.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Hello, cousin. Can I call you cousin? We hang out with Midge all the time.
I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard Sorma's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise?
You're the seventh.
We were told Radzat-Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair.
Who did then?
Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect.
Was it her who fucked it up?
And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured.
Who broke it?
Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat-Han.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
He's a
charade. Yes. And one which my
protector.
family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
Oh, you too. Forgiven?
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh.
Oh, your eye wanders
The
for
body
you.
before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my whim.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered. Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another. Yet did neither one of us bare his fangs.
Good job.
That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Rads Adan.
So cool. Dragon
With all
King.
haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
Yeah. You probably will
And
not
thus
fit.
denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me.
We can change things for you, Mr. Dragon.
Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings.
Oh no! What? The server went down? I did not feed the kitties this morning, wifey. And, this is much earlier than anticipated. Alright, one sec. We're gonna quick Google if things are getting DDoSed again. Okay, I can't log back in yet. I'm gonna run an ad and try and I guess I'll go feed the cats because I don't know what else to do with myself. Can't log in. Brab back. Brab back-ish. Oh, we don't need the beep. You have the pretty music. So. Blah. Okay. Hair and face. Alright. Return! I logged back in successfully. Hooray! Don't know what happened. Can't find any news on it. Oop. Kicking things. Alright, let's go. Oop. Get that cutscene started again. These curls are so
A vast rock squats upon Thavnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads at Khan.
Should really spray it. Actually, I have my water handy for the face paint stuff.
Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things.
Let the cutscene go on again.
Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet.
Okay.
Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
The elephants with butterfly wing ears, which is really cute. Should draw at some point. I'll leave that out so I remember to dump it. Sweet to stinky.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Oh, I can speed it up. Good. Or maybe anyway. Give me back to dragon. What here? Pretty good hairstyle. Alright. Work on this octoportal.
Here we are. Megadota. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
It's so much more interesting knowing
And
that
it
he's
would
the
have been our
dragon
pleasure to
talking
see
to
them.
us.
Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzatan. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Okay. But Nidana, she was taken. That's what we said last time.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
Little man behind the curtain, dragon time!
I think not. This
First
charade
denied.
has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
No lying to this one.
Forgive me, but
Not
were you
even
expecting
well-meaning
musicians,
lies.
perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Bringers of peace and shenanigans.
Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Yes, sir.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Yes,
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair.
Because Lorge.
Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood,
No blood.
Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict.
Yeah. Okay, we heard this.
A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radz Athan.
But if Ritra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
Decorative.
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many
Good job.
envy the great worms their power.
Yeah.
Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end.
People are rubbish.
I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
These make sense.
Your eye. It was taken.
No. Way cooler, as he shows us.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered. Destiny and warm blood.
Chemical complex. Hey, Batman.
From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another. Yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
Good enough.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz Athan.
Yeah, Mr. Boss.
With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
Both numerically
And thus denied
like,
strength
probably
in
more
numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Yep.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me.
Is it us?
Thou
You're good at punching.
and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told.
Isa?
'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear.
We make a good stabby blade.
Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
Yay! Prevent
There's
from
no denying
tempering.
it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk.
They do.
Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales.
Yeah.
I worry, however, that even the 4 of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
Back to Jalian.
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Yeah. Sneezes.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
He shall.
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rads at Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
Giggle.
I am in thy debt.
How do dragons even work? Midge. Should have had Midge out for that. See what happened.
Okay. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us.
Yeah, we do.
Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zolt. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetheryte here before departing, unless of course you enjoy violent nausea.
Thanks for the reminder. I've attuned to 2 of the Aetherites here. Is there another one I can attune to? Can I go in? No. Cannot go in. Cannot attune to that one yet. Wonder if I can survive jumping off. The fast way home. Nope, can't jump off anyway. I was so careful not to fall in and you can't, and you literally cannot even. Alright, cool. Back here. Go to Sharlayan. Sorry, I'll return here soon. But not right this second. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Do, do, do. Oh, I guess I could have just teleported. Do, 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 do. Boop, beep, bada, bum. I don't know what this song is, but it's cute. Okay, Tancred. Half the crew's here.
The conflict between Nidhogg and I is in the past, and though they were brothers, it has no bearing on my view of Vitra. Above all else, he is a leader of men, not an enemy. He would hardly dedicate his life to this endeavor if he bore our kind any ill will. It's true, he could have just dinked off. He's not getting tempered. Vitra and his alchemists have prepared us for our foray into the tower. What we may accomplish within its twisted halls remaineth to be seen.
This is true.
that Akosadana languish in Thelopharoil chains doth forewarn us of the nature of our foe. 'Tis the gods of Thavnair who will be summoned to thwart us. Yeah. I assume I'm gonna have to fight those sisters. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavnair, we're back in chilly Sharlayan. Take care not to catch your death there. We need you for the battles to come. Thanks, bud. Now then, your investigation here remains. But when that's over, we can take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Alright. Now we must go check on the others. Boop. Boop. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Alright. This way. Oh, I didn't teleport. I didn't attune to it. Alright, run. Do 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 do. La do da do do. La do 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 do. I'm gonna quick attune to that shard. And thence talk to friendies about all the things that are going on. Cryle, where you? Hey, pup. Oh, you're fun. Hello, Cryle. Hi, girl. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenor, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenor extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the great Google Library pale in comparison to Numenor's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Sharlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. So, what can I read here? I've dispatched Ishtala and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alice and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Yes'm. Got it. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there, once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading! Are you ready to go in? Doors. Doors. The hidden true paths. Doors. I see glittery things. Can I go over here? Yes. IRL, that would probably make me feel like I was gonna barf. I don't handle heights well. Things to read. The faded title on the spine reads Stewards of Wisdom. Read the book? Yes. During the chaos of the 6th Umbral Calamity, Archon Yunkrep, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men, brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war, and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. Okay, but they don't need to fight. It would be great if they would just help us save the people who have been, like, suctioned into the creepy butt towers. Like, can we do that? One sec. 1, 2. There's more than 3 things. Is it, if I just read non-relevant books, do I get to read more books? More books better than less books. Can I always read these things? Oh, I want to read everything. The title on the spine reads Forever 20 Summers. Read the book. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I feel seen. I, too, once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, aetherological, and arcane viewpoint. This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which contain details in the forum or mention the history of Sharlayan. But it's Sharlayan biohacking. That's delightful. And I did say I wanted to read everything. We're only 2 on this side. That's fine. Blue covered book. The title on the spine reads An Introduction to the Heavens. Read the book. Read all the things. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and many indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? Yes, I know it's on the wrong subject, but it was fun to read. Books. Door is a lie. The title on the spine reads The Voice of a Growing City. Read the book. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy... Was that a Lala with giant hair? Okay, anyway. Civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions. But the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the forum as we know it today conceived and created. Hello, Granville. One more on the topic. Oh, it's a reference page. I saw it earlier. They're mammoths! We apologize for the inconvenience, but the reference desk is currently experiencing an unusually high volume of requests. Please stand by until this issue is resolved. Red covered book. Brightly colored book. Okay, what's your title? Roads of Old, The Colony. What's you? I'd like to read you both, but I have to guess properly. Story of Sharlayan. Okay, Roads of Old should be safe. Story of Sharlayan is likely the last one to read. Thank you for arranging things so we can read everything, whoever did that. I like reading. Roads of Old, The Colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students, hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. The book does not appear to contain additional information on the forum, or cover the history of the Sharlayan motherland in greater detail. Yay, read this. Story of Sharlayan. The story of Sharlayan. Long, long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived a Rogadin man by the name of Njun-Krep. Njun-Krep was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The floods arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Njun-Krep's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Njun-Krep rolled a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abalathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Njun-Krep gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the Ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan we live in to this day. You have gained a fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history and the foundation of the Forum. Head outside to the rendezvous point and await your companions. Solstice? Oh, you're looking for a specific volume? Well, the Archons may check out Forbidden Tomes, but if there's anything else you require, simply say the word. No, could have just talked to a librarian. Oh well. Dug through random shelves. Honestly enjoyed it, so not complaining. Beep. Destination. There's a bun over there. Sorry, were you waiting long? What new voice for Alice? It's been a while. I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kryl should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes. Oops, it's too fast. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read and a steady supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things are. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. Harsh. Sorry, friendo. Your dad's a butt. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position, and that of the Forum, will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day. I'm certain of it. Power of friendship compels you. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family? Or do they not live here in the city? Good question. Well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabad, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavna. Oh, what? The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of Mikote to serve as labourers. Oh. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. And when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. Okay. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Okay. So how'd you wind up in Archon? Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, but, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Emrinus. Okay. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family. the nobles of House Darnus. Okay, Mr. Puppy. Then what happened? House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allegan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. Oh yeah. For some time already, voices had been raised in favour of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allegan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Oh. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. And run here to be safer. As the last child born with the Allegan Eye, I was given over to the custody of the friends and the students of Baldessian, who had me registered as a Charlayan citizen. They adopted you. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louis-Soir, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlayans than you might think. They promised not to wage war, not to interfere. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn. And, with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Oh, Mr. Puppy Cat. Here. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness. Aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books. Jacobi and more company should be arriving any moment now. Oops, he's overlapping them. There are others better suited to poring over old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events. If I can find anything to better inform the forum's baffling behaviour. We've returned with our selections. Alright for now. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Cryle has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. Yep. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Just waiting for an Ascian to be around here somewhere. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarot firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. Okay, Grail. I'm your bud. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first. What kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? A lot of things. But yeah, there were things that were summoned from the ether, destabilization of creation magics. Okay. That was the start, and then it became the other thing. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. Yep, thus the primals. Well, what we now call primals. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Ishtala surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Pretty sure that's correct. Oh yes, the Almortines spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course. Thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarod was spared. Yep. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths, and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They made the Ark. Yeah, they did all of these things. The first thing they did was Zodiac. My understanding. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the lords of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Are Asians all just tempered? Or might have, had Vinot and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Yep. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. It's forcing people to summon primals, a kind of catalyst. Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? That would make some sense. Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? Also a fair point. But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? Fair enough. We should keep an eye out for Ishtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. Go for it. Ishtola, where are you? You making trouble? We wait again. And stitch on this little guy. He's just a little guy. Just a small friend. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, OMG learned of the source's reflections from the Garin oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. Right. 'Tis even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. But they implied they not. Yet, when you confronted Master Forchanol with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept from the rest of the nation. Which is a whole thing. Yep. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Okay. Time to egghead. You labor for what feels like an age as Ishtola's research assistant. Delightful. Alrighty. Ishtola. Ryle's got a thing. Thank you for your help, but I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. If I were you, I'd steal a few quiet moments for myself. Nope. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Yep. Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Choose. Tech quest. Graha. Graha too busy reading. Alice appears in desperate need of a study break. Ready for a tea break, Jacobi? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbour, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables, and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Alright. What's the fastest way there? Teleporting. Oh. Oh. Right, what's this quest here? The hunt for specimens. Diminutive gleaner. The diminutive gleaner is on the lookout for an able-bodied adventurer. Ooh, it's a nice pile of XP. Do my eyes deceive me? Are you Jacobi Gorlai? Yeah. Well, as I live and breathe, it is you. Ha! I knew I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the guild ship's top hunter now, eh? Wait, you have heard of guild ship hunts, yes? They are not so different from the hunts you're familiar with in Eorzea, as I understand it. I'd wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventurer of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? No, you would not. Pray speak with Northota at the Parastyle to register your interest at your earliest convenience. Oh, okay. Boom. Oh, we literally run past this. Alright. Woohoo. Oh yeah, I literally ran past you earlier. Northota. Hi, I'm Northota. Have you come to place a bounty on an unruly beast? Come to join your group. By the scholar, you're Jacobi. I was half convinced it set the others an impossible task asking them to find you. I mean, I was out of town for a bit. The Gleaners Guild ship has begun posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes that capable individuals will take up arms to lighten our ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remain the sticking point. Few hailing from our fair polis are willing to take up arms, let alone able to stand against the more fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you'd arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You needn't work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the rewards we offer are as fine as any you'll find abroad. The currency we employ is a relic of times when Gleaner was a great deal less figurative, so you may find it somewhat eccentric, but it's as good as Gil here. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half the creatures they send you after, but I find it's best not to worry about that overmuch. Slay beasts, collect samples. Try not to think about the long-term effects of touching said samples and get paid. Simple, no? That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in the deep end just yet. Let's have you start off with some junior marks so you can get your feet wet. Thanks. Cool. Guildship Hunt's now accessible. You are now permitted to take bills for junior marks from Guildship Hunt boards in Old Charlian and Razatan. Defeat the monsters described in the bills and you get stuff. Stuff becomes other stuff. Talk with people. Do the thing. Get the stuff. Reach level 83. Do more stuff. I went the wrong way. Just a little. Another quest over there. Hello, my fellow shorts. Goodbye, my fellow shorts. Hello, my almost tall. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Alice is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Don't ditch her. Okay. Pirondia. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telophoroi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear, and... Wait, you're that House Leveilleur girl, aren't you? Miss Manatee was obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are, giving truth to the rumour. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've naught to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologise. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Jacobi. Well. Well. You were rude. Hello there. I see you've left yourself chatting with this rather fancy person. I like your jacket. What is it? Calfskin rider's jacket. Oh, okay. I got that. I think I have, actually. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray, excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophoroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Leveilleur. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached, Master Foch should know that I was helping you. Oh dear. I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Much less irked with that one, because I assume because, you know, she's not being a jerk about it. She's just like, I don't want to lose my job. Which, you know, fair. Job important in capitalist society, which I assume this one is, even if it is a weird capitalist society. Nerd society. Hello, you're tall. I'm small. Let's talk. Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wait! Is that Mistress Alice I see there? My word! How long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the Studium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino was set for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Things got busy. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? No. It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Leveilleur. No matter how discreet Lord Master Foch and all may have been, your news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being how they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions and only Charlene has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yeah. Yes. Whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. He's like, but maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlene, aren't you? Do I get to be a waiter? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for.
Aww. I'm gonna be a waiter. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? All for it. Let's go. I'm almost in the right colors, too.
That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes need to go. Ooh, focus. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge.
Tea for the chatty group.
The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla, tall lady. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Okay. Behind them, you should see a Makote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster.
Okay, lobster for the Makote, omelette for the tall lady, tea for the group.
Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck.
Okay. Uh-oh. Hello, fellow small. Oh, you cannot see me. You are in a thing. Is that bow a hairdo thing? It is. It's cute. Alright. Onward. Where's the Makote gentleman? Let's see. Not over here. Let's see. Group of friends for tea. Tea set. Oh, my tea set. Lovely. Thank you. The Talofa who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them. Or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th astral era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Nerds! I love them, but also, oh my goodness. Oh, here's the one who wants an omelette. Oh my goodness. That's a heck of a tray the other one is having.
Ah, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in, no time to waste.
Hello.
What, the Talofa? Oh, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? They want to spill everyone's. Let's stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral.
Human food. You are the one who wants lobster. Urbane banter with a smile.
At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Though that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. Must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is. They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things we haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Talofa make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbour and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Oh. They're settling down for a siege. Let the whole world burn.
Ah, look at you! Well, let me give it... It is! It is! It came for snackies! You are a cute little crabbo. Ah! Interfering capybara. Okay. Back on task. To say, I found news, but it's not good.
Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking?
Yep.
Interesting. I seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Coffee! Cheers! But let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Oh, honey. Which is to say over here. Ah, there you are. And you. Sit on a bench and drink the coffee. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. I need to swap back my clothes. It's snowing and I've got the beach gear on.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Sorry, kiddo.
It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian?
Yeah.
Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently.
I hope you get to yell at your
It was
dad
only
at some
afterwards
point.
that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
Oh, honey, don't blame yourself for your dad being a butt face. You're not joking about them bringing in giant loads of stuff. You setting your island up as an ark?
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
Where dat?
A vast complex beneath the island. Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual?
Yep.
Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Yeah, let's go get in trouble. Going in? Yay. I don't know. Archon, if you're still here, this has not been so weepy as I was afraid of, with you calling it endlessly weeping. Eternally weeping. Alice is excited to share your revelations. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Map. Yawning. Let's go use the Ethernet to boop the butts over to there. Studium. A boop. Dun 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 dun. Is the plan. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Stella. Trial. Welcome back, Jacobi. Been for a walk and cleared your mind, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. Because Lisay can't just take a break. She's always got to be doing something. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats. But as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and insignificant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo. It certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what we can build from the facts. As Ishtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Jacobi and Alice learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated with the Tel'Faroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Or they just don't care. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. Yep. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. A fine idea. Or what should we expect down there? What should we expect down there? Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. Cryle. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. We'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. Graha, were you missing books? Fair enough. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Okay. Alrighty. This way. Stairs. Bonk. And samurai are so cool looking. So cool. Okay. Let's say. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Follow Alice and try not to fall behind. Alice sets off at a brisk walk. In which direction? Off we go then. This is not brisk. I'm sorry, but if my stubby little legs have to pause. It's pleasant here among the trees. Really should move along. I don't know how to walk, I only know how to run. Okay. Now we run. Try to keep up. Sprinting was excessive. Keep to the path. Straight ahead. We cross this bridge. Ooh, sirens. I have no idea if the mic is picking them up or not. Oops. Say. Over this way. Too far ahead of her. Up here. The rostra? Not far now. Oh, one sec. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. Sit through here. Hello, door. Going down. Like. See a chocobo keep. Do 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 do. Chocobo keeps have the best hair. Well met, traveller. Might I interest you in a chocobo porter? Oh, don't tell me this is your first visit to this shop. I shall update my register with your name, so that you may access this location in the future. Where can I go? Yeah. Okay. Can't go anywhere yet that way. Lift operator. Hello. You're taller than me. Bye. I have not been to Labyrinthos in the longest time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. Yeah, well, you were not a stabby student. You didn't take a wrong turn in the rostra there, did you? I doubt the forum would take kindly to you barging into a private session.
Wait a second. Do I have a cat trapped in here with me? Oh, one sec. Yep, you're out of view, Nugget. I've got a bean hanging out. How did the Forum learn of the final days? And exactly how much do they know? More to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to at least one of those questions lies below. Charlene, welcome to the Hall of Artifice. Should you be looking to descend to Labyrinthos, a lift here will take you there. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go. My capybara is having a stare-off. Look, Maya. Look, Beanie. Oh, too funny. Alright. This part, Mommy says this part's fine. Mommy has an appointment. What bug?
Deep
Here, you can
beneath
have a
the
snack.
scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
Whoa. It's like a zoo down there.
In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation.
Wild. Ships.
Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Who is this narrator? Is this Emmett Zelch? I really need to know this at some point. Hey, my bean. Nice. What's up, Nugget?
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
Wild.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
I want a cleaner jacket. That looks pretty cool.
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Gain knowledge.
Ugh.
Oh, Cryo-Echo.
Did you call to me just now?
Nope. Somebody else is talking to you, friend.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
A little worrisome, that. Who's calling to Cryo? Go away, achievements thing. You're blocking the map. People to talk to. No one up here. Down we go. Whoa! Dobbin. That's a good name. Pimborg. Also a good name. Hello, Dobbin.
You know, you won't know what I'm doing. Hauling books, and ore, and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so they take stock in Labyrinthos, you know. Sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Danged if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Your exchange with Dobbin has taught you about taking stock in Labyrinthos. I'll do when I talk. Mender. Might as well get stuff mended while we're down here. Please fix my stuff. Thanks. Thanks. Ah. Thanks. 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 Alright. What's your truck, Gercel? War. I think nothing better than I've got right now. So 515s. Right. Let me think. The Rhea seeds should be item 1058. Cumin seeds 1059. Snubble. Berry 1060. Oh, they 1061. Oh dear. That's a lot of things to be counting. My head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more load to take out than carry in? Oh, that's weird. They're taking out more stuff than they're taking in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Curthan carrots for the Girabanyan carrots? What then? You've got hybrid carrots? Unless they have very different growing needs. In which case, you have failed carrots. Probably. Your exchange with Teve has taught you about large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. Yeah, that's weird. Let's up to the last one over here. Sheesh, look at all this. Oh, it's not you. It's the one behind you. I only just started as a cleaner, so I don't mind handling menial chores. Any experience is good experience, right? Do whatever it takes so that one day they'll trust me with those veteran requests to take you all over the world. You're here to help or give me more headaches, because you don't have the look of a cleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble, crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Your exchange with Erenville has taught you about exhausted gleaners. They did say up above they were getting overworked, so that makes sense. Hello, Mammoth. Mammoths are cute. Alright, let's talk to Kryle. And then we'll run an ad, because it's about to run anyway, and I like to remove the pre-rolls. Any luck, Jacobi? What tales did the gleaners have to tell? Massive inventory operations going on. There's tons of stuff going in and out, and people are so exhausted that there's a bunch of marmots running around. Marmots. Little critters. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. That would. You're right. The Forum is definitely up to something. And they're returning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Alright, complete XP exchange. Get another quest from Kryl. Kryl appears lost in thought. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Jacobi, I have an idea. Let's register as a Gleaner. I already did. Didn't one of the Gleaners you meant question say something about escaped marmots? Yep. Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. Sure. Capture some little guys. Some more friends. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! It's another little guy done. Alright. Buggerbean, have you had lunch? Okay. I'm going to put my stream on an ad and get you lunch. Alright, Nugget? Alright. Actually, the ads are going to run in just a couple minutes. I will just let it do that on its own. Okay, Bug, let's go. What would you like for lunch? We can make you smaller.
You're still out of view. Okay. We have returned! I can't hear anything. There's my headphones. Choo-choo. Small one has food. I don't, because I'm not actually hungry, because I ate so much breakfast. What's up, Nugget? Oh, you over there now? Ah, you're gonna use it as a table. Okay, that works. Alright, Arenville. What's up? You wish to help me find the marmots? I've nothing suitable to... Hey, Bug, you can move the paper. The cat paper. Alright, I'll just give you a minute. Alright. You wish to help me find the marmots? I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. Yeah, I'm here to help. My name is Arenville, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nakshan marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present. There should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in the sack. Gently, of course. Okay, Bug. Stop with the crackling.
Sorry, I didn't do the thing.
Okay, next time try to do it all in a burst or ask for help. I am here to help.
Okay.
The repeated stopping starting is worse than just getting it all done. Okay? Thank you. Okay. I gotta clean all my art stuff up. Anyway. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot, or you. Yes, sir. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Alrighty. Forehead sweaty. I might need to get more ice for my coffee dregs. Alrighty. Onward into the subterranean wilderness they've made here. Holy cannoli. What are you? A troll? A troll! Wild. Wild, wild, wild. We be wildin'. Ah, itchy hand. Troll. Troll, not marmot. Fancy light. This one's fancy too. Can I interact with it? No. It's just sparkly fun times. Troll. Do not go splat. Okay. Actually, I might not be able to. Yay, I can't go splat. That's a relief. Didn't like splatting. If I were a marmot, where would I be? I'd be over yonder behind a tree. Perhaps in those Roxies. Nope, not in these Roxies. Search for grizzled mice and defeat any enemies which appear. Aha! A grizzled mouse can... Oh, so small. Target is not in range. Yo, come on. More enemies have joined the fray. Eating it up, eating it up, eating it up, eating it up. Now come back here. Barely have you readied the sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. Dang it, Mousekin. Excuse you. You have one job. Get in bag. Aye. Okay, so it'll be a little circle again. Just got to look for the purple. There's the purple circle. I sees it. Over here. Hello, Tiny. You're gonna get in the sack. One way or another. There's a troll. Beat up. Mouse in sack. Squeak. Get into bag. Thank you. No! The rodent nimbly evades your grasp before once again disappearing into the trees. Rude. The game let me think it was gonna work too. How do I get up here without fighting a troll? Trolls seem intimidating. I don't want to fight them. No. Don't wanna. Haha. Mousekin, where have you got to? Look for the purple circle. Do you see the purple circle? I don't see the purple circle. Maybe it's up here somewhere? Oh, up the mountain. How do I get up there? Not this way. Other way. Oh, am I gonna have to fight a troll? The big ones look really intimidating. Aha! It's ignoring me. I can run away. They have the symbol that says they're aggressive. I've just managed to avoid them noticing me. Oh! Mousekin has angered big trolls.
Mousekin, really? Really, yes?
Oh, there it is. More accurately, that was an aether current. I want that aether current. I will get that in a minute. Chip! Please, in the bag. Thank you. Squeak, squeak! More prepared for its speed this time, you succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. Oh. Alright, but I want that, so we're gonna get that before we go down. Because apparently there's aether currents here. Because this place is ginormous. Alright, over here, troll. Hopefully I can get away with just fighting one of you. I'm just gonna eat that. Oh, that was like nothing. Hey, the current for me! Hooray! Are there more aether currents here somewhere? Yep, there's a bunch. Thunk. Alright, the troll was remarkably easy to deal with actually, so we're just not going to worry about it if we aggro one. They just look terrifying. Oh, there's a hacking thing over there I can attune to. Oh, I guess I should turn in the quest first. Be polite. Come back for the aether current. Me. Probably. Can't jump off that cliff anyway. Wait a second. If there's aether currents, that means there's mounts. And mounts are faster than my tiny stubby legs. Sheesh.
Can you fly?
Not yet. That's what the aether currents are for. You have to learn the area before you can fly in the area, to attune to the magic of it. Hello. How'd you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Here you go. The sack holds the plump, wiggling form of one greatly annoyed, grizzled mouse.
Oh, nice.
Oh, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Hilarity. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. What will you do with the marmots now? That's for the Forum to decide. They are the guiding authority behind Labyrinthos after all, and this job was but one small part of this great inventory of theirs. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. They're like livestock, like chickens. There you are, Jacobi. Is this the cleaner you mentioned? The one who is looking for lost marmots? Yep. Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Kryl, of the students of Aldessian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hoped that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Yep. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? They want things that are easy to breed and eat. So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. Yep. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We've also discovered, when the operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners' guild ship and put their people to this great work, some 4 days after the Telophoroi made their chilling declaration. Interesting. As seasoned travellers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. That would make sense. What bug?
I'm gonna go get an apple.
Okay. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Likely been planned for a long time. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telophoroi's declaration was what set it all in motion? Yes. It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. Oh, I'm sweaty. I need one of my fans. And
case, how about we head to the in that case, how about we head to the Archaeon? From there, we can search further. Uh-oh, Cryle. Cryle, what's wrong? Foresight. I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache. That's all. It seems unlikely. It's far more likely someone is messing with your echo. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archaeon. I mean, when someone's not well, you want them to set the pace, but sure. We follow the path east, through the forest, where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Trolls. Alright, let's see if this helps with discomfort I'm getting. Squeaky noises, squeaky noises. Oh yep, we're headed to over there. What's the best way to over there? I don't know. Let's mount up. Gaboo. We jump off. That seems like a bad plan. Oh, we can. Should I see if I survive, Bean? Or should I not? Alright, alright. You're right, it's a bad plan. I'll be a little smart for once in my life. Big pink friend cannot quite jump over the fence. What, Nugget? No, they all jump. They all jump the same height, though it doesn't necessarily look like it. Yeah, so these cliffs are not jump downable. We'll have to go down over there. Oh, this bridge.
Did you hear something?
That was Mummy, my wifey, going out and checking on something, sounded like. Hello, love. Thanks for being back. I'm running about. This is the foremost material archive in Charlayan. I should love to explore its treasures shelf by shelf, but I fear we have little time for such indulgences. Oh, this is working. These are neat. So I ordered these things to help with my overheating. And they're actually cooling down my arm more than just sweating is, so they do feel a little funny. Let's see. Were you caught in mist on your way here? The sprayers keep the air humid, so the habitat feels as close as possible to a natural forest. Well, that's what the sparkle things are. Don't worry about me. I'm hale and healthy. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that... Nay, let's discuss this later. The investigation demands our undivided attention. My capybara just had a washcloth for a hot second. Behold the Archaeon. As Numenon serves as Charlayan's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture too is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. Yeah. In a manner of speaking, the Archaeon contains a physical history of Charlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Complete. Tech quest. Alphinaur's gazing into the Archaeon with an appraising look. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. So a custodian is caretaker.
Oh.
So in this case, custodian's in charge of everything, as opposed to like a janitor who just cleans.
You meant like a custodian at the school.
Yeah, so when I was little, the people who had that job we called janitors, because they didn't have as many things they did. Oh, interesting. It's all different stuff. Shouldn't need any mending yet. But a custodian just means someone in charge of taking care of stuff. Alright, cutscene. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archaon's vaults.
Just out of curiosity, did I
Peruse.
frog walking away as a wizard?
Ah, yeah, there's some Pirogos here. You are clearly not gleaners then. May I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Yeah, it's a Pirogo. Frogo. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? Nope. That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please, come again after our restructuring operation is concluded.
Dino Dino.
By that time it will be too late, and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we?
Is that by someone?
Students of Baldessian.
I was going to be the bad guy.
Well, I think he's allied with whatever's up with the forum and is making them get all weird and squirrely. So the forum is the ruling body of this land we're in right now, Bug. And they did not want to help with the big disaster stuff that's going on. Yeah, we are trying to figure out what is going on. Let's see. Alright, Kyle. Labyrinthos is constructed in the shape of a mortar. This upper layer is called the outer circuit, and the medial circuit lies one tier below us. If they're going to close off facilities, then they ought to announce it. The students must be furious. The Forum must be wary of exposure indeed to so heavily restrict the use of public institutions. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. 'Tis likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. That is do quests. Speak to people outside the Archaeon. But also we're going to attune to this Aetheryte. So it'll be easier to come back here. Hooray! Hello, I see a people. Bone weary worker. Oh jeez. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but no a chance. Been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though. Shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Keep helping gleaners. That person's name is Chatbert. Hey, Chat. I feel like I should talk to Chatbert. Give it a minute, though. Show you in a sec, Nugget. Alright, let's see if there's anyone else who's related to the quest to talk to. Oop, Chocobo Keep. Always talk to the Chocobo Keeps. Well met, traveller. May I interest you in a Chocobo Porter? Oh, no, tell me this is your first visit. I shall update my register with your name, so you may access this location in the future. Alright, cool. Go to Harl of Artifices from here. Bemused student. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archaeon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere, but it was wandering around Tranquility, so we thought to donate it to the vaults.
Squeal, squeal!
Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archaeon is open again. What have you captured, child? Oh dear. Search for the pack-bearing gleaner.
I'm betting he captured them all.
Alright, let's see where the gleaner who needs a hand is. Where's what? Oh, Chatbert, he's back inside there. We'll go back inside in a minute anyway. So we are looking for the gleaner. Labyrinth Norbury. Narbury.
That person. Now on the left.
Oh, it's him again. We helped him earlier. Quiet. We'll frighten it away. Oh, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close. Very close. You want help? You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with a sleeping dart. Got it? The effects are short-lived. So I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. That's gonna be one of these modes? Yeah, it's gonna be one of these modes. Search your surroundings for the hornbill. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target the hornbill and use the blowgun with the booper. The button. Button go push.
And feathers are...
There it is. Wait. Large-beaked green bird. Small green bird. Could have sworn he said caw, but... You have sedated the wrong bird. Oh no! Again. I thought he said it was small and green. One sec. Feather, it just says it's green and it says caw. Alright, let's try again. That's caw caw. Oh, nope, that's wrong. What about that one? Large green bird.
Hit the right bird with the dart. Got it. Hello, Sleepy. You've got some face jewelry. Got it. Mm-hmm.
A fair shot.
Oh, he's more tender than I realized.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
Sorry I can't easily have you here too, Bug. When I put it on my speakers, the mic and the speakers don't play nicely together.
There you are. Any new revelations?
Just helping my new friend out.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
We're adjusting the ecosystem.
Oh, it's a simple thing, really.
Alright.
Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
For what purpose? You don't sound happy about it.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth.
That's
Those who
ominous.
are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city,
It's a
and
secret
are instead
facility.
required to live
People-
in isolated quarters.
People who live there have to stay there always.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
It is weird. That's kind of the point.
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
Oh, he thinks they're planning on running away.
Why would you say that?
What, Bug?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now,
By the way, Bug,
I really must be
you
going.
wanted a little rainbow dude.
I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Take him. It's all good. I'm helping.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will, of course, follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Put us in a box.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
We're trying to get downstairs, but we can't carry stuff for him. Because I think he needs carrying, but...
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Another way down?
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos.
Okay.
While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
Ooh, secret path.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Bye, Mr. Gleaner. Ironwald. Mr. Bun.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
He's one of the first NPC buns we've seen.
Okay.
Onward. What bug?
Chalk? Yeah, we can play some chalk. Either stream it or just play it sometime. The only reason I'm trying to stream this so much today is because tomorrow we go to IKEA. And then it won't be playable pretty much the rest of the week. Plus Mondays are when I usually try to stream this. The medial circuit, which Arenville mentioned, is the tier directly below us. Unlike the lowest level of Labyrinthos, with its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle layer quite freely. Let us see what we might find. I took a quick peek inside, but it's awfully dark in there. I never would have noticed this cave on my own. Thank the scholar that Arenville knew of it, and that you were there to persuade him to share. Okay, for now. This must be it. The entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Guess we'll find out. Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Thanks for the gear. I don't think any of it's going to be better than what I've got on right now, because these are all 530s. Except for my necklace. Oops. What's up, Nugget? I'm wondering. Oh, the critter? Yeah. Dunno. 550. Okay, so these would be improvements for this class. We'll see what we do. Hoping to pick up Pictomancer. Alice seems eager to get underway. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow, and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Critters. Mushroom crickets. Mushroom crickets. Someone must have been at some point. But someone must have been at some point. There's a spot to wait. To advance our quest. You sense a hostile presence. Ah. And behind its back. Oh, no, it aggroed. Wish I had any dots. I could just drop them and run. Is this a dot, actually? Yeah, it is one. Here, back to Dingalong. Live long. Can we do what? Oh, I guess I could. Let me do this next fight. I didn't think of that. Crow chatting outside. All right. Where to next map? Oh, it's a car. Mount Roulette is pretty funny. The funniest part is how I drive the car. Like how well my feet reach the pedals. It's very great. Very good. I know, that's why it's silly. And by the first few times I used it, I just laughed the whole time. Stola. That mine shaft was infested with mithril caps. Some sort of research project, I wonder? I suppose they are a most unusual creature. Why did they develop such long limbs when all they do is shuffle about narrow tunnels? Jacobi, did you know Kryl almost took a tumble back there? She can't possibly still be dizzy from the lift. Kryl, talk to us. I was being careful, I swear. The slope was steeper than I thought, and I lost my footing for a moment, and that's all. I'm not injured if you don't count my pride. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the Meadville circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Arenville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Let's see who comes. Pink friend. Actually, I kind of want to take the high road. It's more likely to have the aether current. Because I'm way too short to drive a car in this game, yeah? Yep. Nope, there's a destination. You know what I'll click on. Destination. Surveying. Cutscene. Oh, now I know where we are. This is Mariel Agronomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Food so exotic, you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Hope this hadn't soon. Indeed. Mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. What? I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It is possible they know something of the Forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? Of course. See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same, or cast about for useful clues. Alright, an ad is about to happen, and I need water. So, I'm going to run that ad real quick. And I'll be right. Go bang around then. Ba-dum-bum-bim. Transition. Hooray! Also, you know what? Let's just use a snooze. For the heck of it. Because to be honest, you keep accumulating snoozes as long as you do enough ads. Okay. There we go. Let's go. Come back to me, Hippo. This is my co-pilot in streaming. The Hippo. Helps with my gimpy armsels. Alright. Oh, that's cute. They're Capricorn. Capricorn. Jebke. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? Mineshaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields. But I'm afraid the forum has us fill in order lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests. Literal wagon loads of crop samples and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed you'd be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Yeah. That sounds outright aggravating, in fact. Hello, Minogya. Ah, it's not too often you meet someone here who so obviously doesn't belong. Can I help you with something? Tell me about yourself. For now, at least, I'm the second most important person in this facility. I like your overalls. Now, you may think I am shirking my duties, but even at this very moment, I'm envisioning how we can improve our methods. Gazing upon this watermill calms my heart and clears my mind of unnecessary thoughts, leaving room only for brilliant ideas. Even so, inspiration takes time, and today it seems to be slower in the coming than usual. What kind of place is this? Mariel Agronomics is where the finest agricultural minds gather to research plant specimens from around the realm and the methods by which to cultivate them. The plants grown here are also used to feed the people working the lab under us. Straight from our fields to their tables, fresh as fresh can be. Yum. Hi for now. And say you spent years researching these high-yield cultivation techniques. Of course, the light of the artificial sun is not so brilliant as the real one. However, it allows us to grow crops without having to worry about inclement weather or changing seasons, making the results of experimentation much more consistent. Fair enough. Overwhelmed labourer. Do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stack of crates on that hill over there. Gods, hauling the lot of that stowlope was a job and a half. Jean Quinet. Sup. For many years I have poured my energies into developing more bountiful crops. My life's goal is to produce a seed from which both a potato and tomato will grow. Ah, a man can dream. I love nerds. Stola, how goes it? I took a moment to survey the surrounding area. There are several other facilities nearby we can investigate if we fail to learn aught of value here. Hey, don't get beaten up by the runaway tomatoes. Hello, Mammoth. Harried Harvester. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which the labyrinthos was modelled, a region in the south of Ilsabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. It used to be called Corvos, before the Imperials renamed it Locus Aminis. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments and cultivation. Interesting. Where am I going now? Talk to... No, look at the boxes that the person mentioned. Okay. Up the hill I go. Excuse me, tomatoes. Don't really want to fight you. Shall if I need to. Would rather not. Stray Corrigan. You're not a tomato. That's what I get for being too specific. The tomato didn't fight me, but whatever this did is. Sure is. Stacked boxes. Pretty glowing flowers. I have yet to see grow anywhere else. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and samplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports. Pretty glowy flowers. Oh good, it's not just me. Hello, pretties.
Hard to look away, isn't it?
Yeah, who are you?
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Interesting. Right.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true.
Alrighty.
This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders.
That makes sense.
Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy. Dark, subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect.
That's cool, though.
And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin.
Seems like something in an Amora
To
team
further
made.
complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration.
I bet.
As an avid botanist myself,
I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
No, tell me more stories. I like you. And your voice is nice. What a lovely nerdy routine.
Have you learned aught of interest?
Yeah, a lot of things. They're either gearing up to
A flower that reacts to one's feelings.
evacuate.
Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
Can't you, though?
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaeum? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
That would make sense.
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions, and no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on.
You're all a bunch of
Consequences be
gremlins.
damned.
And I love you.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Kyle, what is it about the flowers?
Cryle?
Something important.
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Who? Who, Cryle? Said Heidelin. She said to just keep on keeping on. An important experiment. Nope. Emoting strongly does nothing. Okay. I just had to see if there was a bit of an Easter egg about those.
Forgive me. My attention has been elsewhere. We were following Erenville, weren't we? Let's get after him already. We've waited too long as it is. It feels wrong to spy on Arenville, helpful as he's been, but what other choice do we have? Is Cryle still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Not since we got you guys back, anyway. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving, too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Experience. So close to ding. Also, is not about to let Arenville out of her sight. Arenville was headed westwards along the path outside the Archaon. Come, we can still catch him. Yeah. Why'd you go that way? We can just jump off this cliff. Whatever. Eh. Run, 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 run. I can still hear it. Hear what, Cryle? Talk to me, please. We've fallen too far behind, and this darn mist won't help matters. It seems Y'shtola wishes to have a word with us. Aye, yes. Y'shtola, tell me thing. Hold a moment. I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper and lower tiers. If I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Arenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Y'shtola. Hippity hop, my little toads. Oh my god, really? Goodness! Are we frog? Hello, we are frog. Okay. Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Arenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Talk to Y'shtola. Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Yeah. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. Imfrog. You have changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. You will return from your transfigured status if you move too far away. Look to your map for the transfiguration's area of effect. Speak with Y'shtola to restore or prolong the transfiguration. Imfrog. Oh, why? Okay. So this big rectangle is what we've got here. While transfigured, speak with Alpha now. Alpha Toad and Alitoad. Alpha Toad, Alitoad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave your quest companions behind by entering a different area, or okay, it's the same as the others, except that we are frog. Sorry, toads. We are toads.
Totals. Hippity toppity bippity boppity totals. Sorry, leveling up while a frug is an entire experience. Okay. Okay. A luncheon toad, I imagine, because it lunches on toads. Or something. 3 toads and a capybara went on an adventure. Going walkabouties. In frug. No suspicious. Just a toad with a capybara. Capybara, 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 capybara. Oh my gosh. Frug. 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 Frug! Fruggy, fruggy, fruggy. Fruggy, fruggy, fruggy. I cannot do emotes in frug. Can I be happy in frug? No. Frug is only frug. Discuss your surroundings. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Alitoad turns to face the north. Perhaps she is suggesting you cross the bridge. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand that he is telling you this is the wrong way. So Lisay wants us to go over this bridge. Well, there sure is a whole place here. Stock farming mammoths. Hello, I'm Frug. Cannot talk to people while Frug. Okay. That is an angry cow. Let me not aggro it. Okay. Bridge seems to be too far. Oh no! Run! 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 Run like the wind, little fruggies! Run! The coup is after you! The coup is after you! Run! Run! Okay, cool. Yeah, that was the wrong way. I got it. Can we go up this slope? It'd be funny if they gave us extra hopping abilities. As frugalies. Toads. Hippity hoppers. No, I'm gonna have to go the long way. Alright, fine. Alpha Toad. Alatoad. Oi, do 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 do. Hello, toads. Oh, this bridge to the north. Alright, alright. Aha. A hidden conversation. And another angry cow. No angry cow for me, please. Alright. Toads for the win! Frogs!
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Cleaner.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment.
Yeah.
What warrants such urgency?
Treat your field workers correctly. Don't be such a butt.
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty.
By who, an Ascian?
And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
It's a whole lot of no information.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
Yeah.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the forum.
Polite way of saying nothing's changing. We absolutely blend in. We are so subtle.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
Wait a second.
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Science!
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Stella, I think you disguised us as whatever his master's thesis was on. Toads. I love Sharlayans. As a large group. I don't like the Forum so far, but I don't really know them so far, so... Our toad performance needs work, apparently. I'll have to pay more attention next time I see one.
I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement. Would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us and all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called to action, and the Telophoroi's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos. Not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. Alice, staring off the direction Erenville departed, a thoughtful look on her face. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Stola and Kryl for the moment. See what they think of this. Oh, wait a second. While I'm over here. Southwest. Close enough to still be on this funny little bubble. Oh yeah, it might be. Yeah, like right over there? Maybe? Worth checking before I run away anyway. Yep, there it is. Right here anyway. Rather than having to run all the way back out here. It's like you cannot hop down, which is just as well. No, they're close by. Yeah, southeast. Cool. It's not going to be reachable. Yeah, that's going to be over the edge, I'm pretty sure. We'll check real quick. Oh, yep, due south. That's over the edge. Can't get to it. Wonder if I can see it. Not really. Man, this is like some kind of fantastical Fallout. Must prepare the shelters. Running away from you, Co. Didn't want to deal with you. I wonder if there are fates down here. Wild. I love the funny chirpy chorus. How are we doing on logs? No, wait, travel. Anything currents. Boiled. Labyrinthos, Jesus. It's funny how normal the forest seems now. As a toad, it was all so much more ominous and threatening. Where's Cryle? Welcome back. I trust you found Arenville then? Yep, and he noticed us and did not care. Or more accurately, was like, good. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Cryle, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. Cryle, who are you looking for? Let's see, it could be another dragon. Could be some Asian nonsense, since she could be reacting to an echo thing. What are the other Porsche abilities? Alright, so... because Midgardsormr had like 7 in his brood, right? In their brood. Hresvelgar, Mr. Cranky Pants and his mate, Bahamut, Tiamat, Vritra. Yeah, we're still missing one. We're still missing one. How do I get back over there? I hate how easy it is to get lost. Oh, this is the right way. Okay. So it could be another great worm. Possibly. Could be... no, another great worm. Could be Asian related. But if it's Asian related, is it something they set up ages ago or something more recent? Good question. Because there's definitely a lot of stuff that the Asians set up like in the past and then kind of wandered off from. See Emmett Selch's like giant pile of plots. Am I lost? I'm very lost, apparently. Hello. Gonna beat you up with a critter. Because you're in the way, and I'm thinking. So, let's see. I don't want this story to continue. Oh, you're all very confusing. Dear Knight, you're very confusing it is. That was fun. Alright. So there's the farm. This is the wrong hill. This is the right hill. Gosh, I hate being a dimmy-dummy. Alright. So here's the farm. That's that hill over there. Okay, you can tank that little annoyance for me. No, Onion, leave me alone. I don't feel like beating you up right now. You'll make me cry. Here's Cryly. 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 What's wrong?
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting.
Okay.
She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
What?
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Are you sure? Hi, Dylan. I thought you were said changes. Okay.
Thank you.
For what?
Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment.
Okay, Mum.
Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That sounds really ominous, Mum. Oh, Cryo.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away.
What causes that? It just isn't you.
My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go.
Min Min's soul came home.
Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
Okay.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Ruh-roh. Oh, it's your pissy papa.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge.
Liar.
But the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What are you doing? Yeeting everyone into space? That
What
book on
then
space
is to be
gonna
our
be more
fate?
important than I
Will you
expected.
put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Raha. That's why you told us to go off without
Refusing
you.
to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Okay. You know what's up, Stola. I don't.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse.
You're so cranky.
But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
So cranky. All your outfits are creased from sitting. About that little crease. About where it would hit. On the edge of a chair. Interesting. Uh-huh. Did you have to go get in trouble? Says I, who was a toad. Who's that redhead?
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together.
When the nerds are in more danger than the punchers.
I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Learned something.
The forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances.
Not militant.
And are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large.
You're rude.
Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
Hey, I want to know what's going on, because y'all are being really weird.
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man.
Yeah.
Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
Yeah.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Good question.
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility.
It's a vault.
I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
Toya.
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh so important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
She constantly sees.
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore.
He just acted like he was being choked. I choked him.
Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle?
No.
We will never choose the way of the sword.
Give people what they need
We
to
will
survive.
fulfill our mission,
Take
not
refugees
through
in.
strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Yeah. Thanks, Dollar.
Such misguided zeal.
Oh, one sec.
Father, Master Fortuno. I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Interesting.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches.
Yes, help people. For those who
But
may
there
not
exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
Correct. Just trying to figure out what the heck is going on.
Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given?
Yeah, seriously.
No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
It's on the smart up and up. Thanks.
We will have order! Master Montaigne raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
You've still explained diddly squiddle. Not that many in favor.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed.
You're a stinker.
Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
Still a stinker.
Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Rude. Inquiry is rooted. Rude. You do seem magically bound in some way, but this is weird. Weird. Alright. I have streamed longer than I meant to. No, this is a good thing. The alternative was being expelled immediately. Oh, okay. I see. I didn't catch that. Well, that's better than the alternative of getting yeeted. Break no laws, don't get yeeted. Be gay, do not quite crimes, so you can do more stuff, I guess. I don't know. A lot of politicking. Now, what I'm worried about is, have we messed up Kit's experiments? Like, are those students of Baldessian still allowed to do things, just not those of us wandering around with Kryl? I'd be a bit guilty if that's so. Didn't mean to mess them up. They helped us yeet ourselves into the ether. Cross continents. To etherites we haven't even been to. Very exciting. Okay. Sorry, just sealing some little eyeballs on a little dude with my candle. Alright. Oh, ad coming in 5. Let me finish talking to them, I guess. Little snoozle. This is an okay stopping point? I feel silly for snoozing then, but... You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but do continue to claim the students as your sponsor, whensoever the need arises. I believe in the guiding principles of the Scions, and I know my grandfather would have as well. Alright, we're actually pretty close to the etherite, I guess. Oh, you have to run up a bunch of stairs. That's alright. If I want to do roulettes with you later, this will be fine. Alright. If I go a bit further, can I have my, like, thing I want to do not be at, like, inconveniently up a giant thingy? Unless there's a... Oh, there's a shard right here. Let me just make sure I'm attuned to it, and then whatever. Yeah, I'm attuned to this. That's fine then. Yeah. Thank you for all
listening in and coming along on this little adventure of the day. Let me go give the bean some attention. Let's see who's on. Who can we raid into? Go to my following. Ooh, Art and Just. Do I actually have enough people to make it worth raiding? Let's check. I think it might just be you and me, wife. Oh, someone else is along still. I know who though. I know who now. But let's see if anyone I follow is doing FF. I don't know, I don't think so. Would have loved to raid Archon again. That would have been funny. Final Fantasy 14. Leveling Lancer, Golden Chicken forever, a Sprout player. Words on stream. Okay. Does that mean they're like a 14? Cute VTuber. Oh, looks like they're around where I am. A little pic of them. Omni 90 Crafters by Dawntrail or bust. Alright. Yeah, I don't know. Well, if you've got any preferences, chat. You want another FF streamer? Oh, in English, that's a Deutsch person. That'll be confusing. Same category. With no preferences. No one I already follow is streaming. Go for let's see. Oh my gosh, I need to just stop freezing it. We'll go with this one. Okay. Here, I can go over to miscellaneous chatting. Minimize that while we figure out the raid. Alright, yeah, this seems good.